Alright, we're back. I didn't really feel like doing too much more Tombs of Amascut. I did kind of lock myself there until I got another purple, and that another purple was my 8th ring. Assuming those don't count thumbs, I now have a ring that I could wear on every finger of my player's hands if it worked that way, so we're just gonna kind of stop doing this for right now. I'm a little bit sick of it. One thing that I didn't know is that they've made Duke a little bit less of a pain. So I went back and did another 60 kills just to try it out, and my god, it is so much better now. I don't know that it's actually worth 30 mil or 32 or whatever I ended up paying for this, but I got myself a Bellator ring. I already had Ember Light, Amulet of Rancor, Ferocious Gloves. Maybe someday I'll eventually go and get the Infernal Cape. We'll see. In that 60 kills, I got my second Eye of the Duke, and I have not gotten the pet, any of the pieces of the armor. I haven't got the vestige, but what I will show is that in my 60 drops there, you'll notice that there are 2 gold rings right there. Until I click the wrong thing. There's 2 gold rings right there. So the next time that I hit the vestige, which I think is only around a 1 in 250-ish, 280, 240, some probably not quite exactly round number like that because Jagex, it should give me the vestige. So I'm going to do that, and then wake up the Duke, summon a throw, step out of the way. Didn't actually see if it hit a max hit there or not, so we'll go for a second one. Nothing, probably should have gone for the Burning Claw spec instead. Play it a little safe on the first couple of kills and try to at least attempt to get perfects. So I am missing an entire attack phase on that just to be a little bit safe before I try to start getting ballsy and start checking the timing of it. But I am going to whack him on the way across every time. As long as I don't take any unnecessary damage by stepping into the wrong spot, then we should be alright. I feel like you could probably prayer toggle for Duke, but it just feels like it'd be so much work. This has been a really slow kill. Probably because I've just hit 3 zeros. We did land a BGS spec at the start of this, so I'm not really sure what's going on. There we go, 33. The thing is, Duke doesn't even have that much HP, so as long as you're landing the hits, it's a pretty quick fight. Earlier today, I actually got a 41-second PB with just Ember Light and a BGS. There we go. So, long first kill, but I'm going to start with a 148 for a bit of coal, and I obviously prepped the first fight in advance here. Now, you used to only be able to prep 1 Duke fight at a time, which, huge pain in the ass, honestly. Now you can prep up to 4 if you have, I'm not sure what the breakpoints are, I think it might be 82 Herblore for 4 fights. I had a clan event at one point, do a sort of a contest to see who could get most Herblore XP in a small amount of time, and I just happened to have a lot of Herblore supplies right then, so I kind of went a little bit ham on it and went for 97. So obviously I can get all 4 trips, or all 4 kills prepped. But otherwise, this is a super easy boss. I'm not entirely sure what my supply cost is going to be because it does very frequently end up dropping supply drops. I was getting almost 1 every other kill at one point. And because it's got a lot of variability, sometimes you kill it within the span of 1 thrall, sometimes you don't. But when I go back to the bank, I'll price out exactly what one trip is costing me. Like, I'll see what I'm bringing in, and then whatever supplies I use mid-fight that it drops are, obviously, that's not going to cost me anything. It's not like I'm going to go and sell a bunch of these pizzas, for example. Yeah, we'll go one more sea turtle. We're 40%, so I'm going to go for a Burning Claw spec. I honestly don't know between the Burning Claws and the BGS which one's the better option to bring, so I just brought both. If I forget to spec, or if I've got 50% at the start of a fight, obviously I'm just going to go for a BGS and see if I can lower the defense, but it is kind of fun to see those Burning Claws working away on its HP a little bit. Strangely, Duke always starts the exact same way. There's a little bit of variability to it here if you take it down fast enough, but for the most part, the entire right side is always the exact same. Am I just, like, missing something here? Am I missing gear or something? Because I seem to be going for really long fights. Strange. Either way, so far the first two have been perfect. We'll see if this one is. Not even going to try it. If you're not behind the pillar on the game tick before the little jingle plays, then that hits you for like an 80 plus. So, yeah, not a good time. Just gonna eat for right now. So he should be done. Oh, I do actually have 2 more potions left. Oops. So we'll eat a whole pizza, drink a whole prey potion, actually, in this case, and drink one of these. Probably didn't need to do that, because whatever, but good enough for the BGS, and 287 XP drop is decent. That's on the upper end of my hit, so it should be a nice quick one. I'll try and do the mage attack this time. There. As long as you're behind the turret at the right time, then it's fine, but it is a full attack that I was missing last time, so I might as well just take my shot at it if I can. So it's already at 16%, we just got to the left side. This might actually be a new PB, possibly. Okay, or I die. I got greedy, goddammit. That's disappointing. Okay, that's completely expected. I can live with that. That's completely my fault. I shouldn't have gone for it. I knew it was going to get me killed when I did it, but I was just hoping that it would hit high enough that it would kill it in one shot. So no, it's not 7 mil an hour when you do that. Oh well. What's that gonna cost me, I wonder? Half a mil. That's not bad. Okay, it'll take me a minute to sort out my inventory. And honestly, we just probably go back in with this. Although, I'd really rather store the ring, so if I go back in and I die with that, then I'm gonna have to dick around and charge a 3rd ring that I've got banked just to teleport back there, so. What are a rune javelin? So yeah, we made 50k, we lost 500, so that's fair. The other thing is, do I want to bring a Divine Super Combat? Well, I guess I made 113k before I died, sorry. I guess I probably should bring a Divine Super Combat. I'm gonna bring 5 Prey Potions. 1 Angler Fish so that I can switch into my spec weapon at the start of the fight. Don't need these, or any empty prey potions, because we're gonna price check this just before we go. Probably about 3 Karambwan, and I just happen to be using sea turtles instead of sharks or whatever else, just because it's, I don't know, I bought them cheap. That's what I've got. So, assuming that we actually use all of the supplies that we bring, we're about 100k. Really not too bad at all. Oh, okay, I didn't realize that was going to screw my entire inventory up. Whatever, I'll fix it on the way. Oh good, I shut the door in my own face. Yeah, we're having a really good start to this stream. The sad thing is that, as excluding the death, I still was making shit tons more here even without a good drop than I was at Toa, so... Either way, we'll see how this goes. Now, you'll have to watch me do all the prep work, unfortunately. I'm just going to move my combo eats to the bottom, and the first thing we're going to do is drop about 8 sea turtles just to get enough inventory space to do everything we need to. You can bring a knife and a branch or something like that, or bark or something, but I don't really bother with that. Realistically, you get enough supplies where you can do the little tick manipulation thing after the first one anyway, so why bother? Oh, misclicked. I mean, I could have saved a couple to tick manipulate this, but for whatever reason, I can never get the timing right on mining. Goes by fast enough. Honestly, with the amount of these that I've got to make, I'm pretty sure it's actually faster to just stay at 1. Or the same speed, honestly, to just stay at 1, but regardless, we've got 8 of these. Whatever the hell that is. A nasty fungal poison. So grab almost all my sea turtles, wait until this goes one more time so I'm not going to get blasted. Repaw. Grab our anglerfish, wake up the Duke. Okay, we landed that, so I'm going to go for a claw spec. Forgot to summon a thrall. And we should be good. So we'll try and risk the mage attack just for the hell of it. But it is a bit unfortunate, because if that attack had landed and done what I wanted it to, then I think I probably would have set a new PB for myself. A little bit of lag there. Now it's gonna spit. Oh, shit. Only hit a 16 at least. Not a perfect kill anymore, though. Clearly I need a bit more practice at Duke. I really used to resent this boss. Every time that I would do it, I would just... Like, I don't really mind the boss fight, but I just hated having to do the prep phase between every single fight, so... Having it like it is like this, I much prefer it. So we got some rubies from that. I'm on 50% spec. Waiting for this thing to do what it's doing. There we go. So summon the thrall this time. Nice. 50 on the BGS. So now I think the next one's mage, right? Yeah. So as long as you're counting the first attacks, you can just stand there for the first mage attack as long as you duck behind it as soon as your character attacks. Now it's gonna spit. Oh, we're already at 33, nice. I'm not gonna risk it. I definitely had enough time, I just decided not to. So now it's gonna spit. Yep. Got him. Oh, no, I didn't. Thrall might. Nice. 45 runite ore. Hey, 487k. We made back our death fee. All in one drop. So we're only 20% spec. Not even going to worry about specking for this entire round. We'll just go ahead and go right in. So I should be able to just stand here now. Till the XP drop, and then move, and then as soon as you hear the jingle, you can attack again. So as long as I don't screw up that time and I don't get hit for an 85, that's, you know, that's good. And this should be another magic attack. Yep. I just pussied out for some reason, but it was one. And then spit. Nice and predictable. Such a weird boss, though. Another perfect. Mist runes kind of sucks, but that's fine. We have 50% spec, so I'm going to go for another BGS this round. Not great, but it'll help. I think there was a time early on when Duke first came out when, and I could be wrong about this, but I think the Fang was stronger than it was intended to be. So it just completely outshined rather Arclight. Might have even been better than the Scythe. I think the Scythe is likely still best in slot here, but I mean, come on. It's purple from raids. Of course it's going to be best in slot. I was so sure I was dead there. I'm glad I landed a hit, but rolling a 1 is a bit Embarrassing. Oh, I see what's happening. I'm not potioned up. See, that's the reason that I'm just not entirely convinced about using divine potions. I'm gonna have to get some kind of an indicator that shows me that they're not currently active. Because I mess that up a lot. Rune javelins. Anyway, we gotta try and run across here now. Alright, so that still works. Fantastic. It used to be every time you would kill Duke once, you would have to run back and do a supply run and then go and fight Duke again, so... And remember that if you immediately click and run over to here, you can kind of avoid having to dodge the shadows and everything on the one-way. Not that they do that much damage, they just kind of stun you, but... As long as you're not going anywhere that you really shouldn't be, it's not much of an issue. Then again.
What we do here is go back.
So I'm not entirely sure how this one works with the mining. I know that you can manipulate this in some sort of way, but I just seem to usually end up getting the timing wrong. It seems to be working now, though. Or maybe you just need to have a dragon pickaxe so that the chance of mining is high enough, because usually I just pick up the, you know, the one off the wall. Anyway, we're a little bit stuck here for a moment trying to fill these fermentation vats. Because it takes as long to run to this vat as it takes for this yellow bar to fill, I'm pretty sure it's the same amount of time for me to just stand here and fill them and not waste stamina, so, yeah. Still a little bit of a lame part of the boss fight, but it is what it is. Okay, a little bit low on food, but not doing too bad. And the poison cloud's just subsided. We've got enough for a BGS smack and then maybe a claw. Yeah, okay, that hit. I'm gonna wait this one out because I was a bit late on that. Nothing. Anyway, we're prepped for 4 kills. We'll see if we can get it with this much supply. Basically 5 turtles and 2 Karambwan. Nailed it. Timing-wise, anyway. That's gonna spit after that attack there, right? Yeah. Takes a bit of getting used to Duke, but it's kind of predictable once you do. I'll take a second to actually heal up here for a second. I have more prayer than I have health right now, so I'll summon another thrall. Oh, it's gonna be mage attack. Didn't expect the gas that early though. Almost got me off with that. Got him. Ooh, 666 soul runes. Another quarter of a mil. Not half bad. We're 50% spec, so it looks like we're probably best off to use the BGS. $104 XP drop. Could have been better. Any defense reduction means more hits from the Ember Light, but still. Could have been better. Oh, that felt like that hit me. Okay, no. That scared me a bit. So it does one more attack, and then it spits. And this is mage, right? I think there's also one combat achievement I still need to get that involves walking through the entire fight. I have no idea how you do that, though. Or you just have to be super early on the gas phase, I guess. Just hope that you get really high hits near the end. Okay, 26%. This is not going really great. So it's going to do magic attack? Yep. Ooh, that's a big hit. Okay, we need to repot. Ooh, supply drop, that's big. So I'm gonna combo eat, take everything. Just all of it. Gimme. Shovel a whole pizza into my character and prep the BGS spec that I'm just about ready to use. Okay. That hit half as hard as the previous one, but you know what, I'll take it. 3, 4, 5, and then the next one's a magic attack. You know, I never even thought of this, but I could be using Death Charge between kills. I really should be doing that. That's really not a lot. How's the grind going? It's going really well, actually. As I was saying a bit earlier, the mechanic that they added in that has these bosses drop a gold ring to signify whether or not you've hit the ring drop table in the past got added after I'd done maybe about 300-ish Duke kills with the previous mechanics. So the first Duke kill that oh shit, I'm dead. I'm just dead. Okay, no, I have no idea. I screwed up the timing on that and panicked a little bit. Anyway, the first Duke kill that I did gave me 2 gold rings. So the next time that I hit that drop table, I should get the ring. So that's actually going to be pretty cool. I'm a little undecided on whether to sell it or keep it, but the price just seems to be dropping and dropping and dropping on those, so I could rather have 40 mil than a ring that I'm not actually likely to use. The thing is, if I'm using a mage setup, it's probably going to be in a situation where I'm going to use Light Bear. So, you know, it seems like a bit of a throwaway item for me. Be really cool if we could land some hits here. There's a 34, that'll do it. Let's see if you're good luck. 300 pure essence, that might be the worst drop of the day, but it's alright. I got a personal best of 41 seconds earlier on today, and I'm still kind of confused as to how the hell I did that, but I mean, BGS. 60% of the time, it works 100% of the time. Oh shit. Well, that's... didn't even... oh wow, that was a complete failure. I didn't even spec, I just attacked. Alright, that's fine. Just wait on that one based on how my luck went there. I think we've still got... what do we got? 1 Karambwan left to eat. As long as I don't really mess up anything and take unnecessary damage, I think we've got this kill in the bag. I don't think I'm early enough to get that, so I'm just going to eat through this. So yeah, I really like how they've changed this. Being able to prep 4 fights, complete game changer in terms of my enjoyment at this boss. Sorry, give me 1 second here, because if I screw up any of this, I'm going to run out of food and either have to teleport out or die. You know what? I got time to throw a speck at it. There we go. That'll probably help. And to hell with it, we'll even summon a thrall, why not? I haven't got enough supplies to go for another 4 kills. Oh, you son of... No, I'm not gonna try for it. I could prep 4 more kills for this run, but I'm not gonna get 4 kills on 4 pizzas unless it just drops back-to-back-to-back supplies. I'm in the end phase of Desert Treasure 2 because I saw those changes. Yeah, would strongly recommend. As you can see, it's going really well for me. This is the gear that I'm using. I think you could absolutely accomplish this with lower gear, though. The Bellator ring I just kind of bought myself as a bit of a, let's just buy it and try Duke kind of a thing. I don't know why I just did that. I've also managed to get 2 eyes of the Duke and not very many kills. Let me just sort out my inventory here and I'll show you my collection log for this boss. Yeah, I think that's good. So, we are bringing 1 Divine Super Combat, 1 Anglerfish, 5 Prey Potions, 3 oh shit I need to combo eats, and the rest Sea Turtles, because I just bought a bulk of Sea Turtles at some point. That'll do it. I went through with Barrows? Yeah, you could totally do it with Barrows. If you're not an Iron Man and you can afford a Fang, then I think that's still really good. It's not quite as good as it used to be, but a Fang or a Zombie Axe, either one, super useful there. I kind of zoned out about what I was going to talk about, but... Oh, right, my Duke collection log. So yeah, as I say, I've gotten 2 eyes of the Duke in 339 KC. A little bit surprised by that. I got the second one on, I think, KC number 10 or so after coming back and trying it with the new changes. I've gotten 2 more Awakener orbs since then as well. A little confused that I got 3 ice quartz, like back to back to back very early on in my KC, but it is what it is. It's RuneScape. Sometimes these things happen. I've seen Stranger anyways. So, for anyone that's just tuning in and wondering how I prep for the fight, drop about half of my food on the floor. I hope that I don't make a stupid mistake like that and take unnecessary damage, and never, ever, ever, ever step on the yellow squares. If you didn't know, for some reason, when you use a pestle and mortar on one of these mushrooms and then immediately click on the mushroom to pick it, it just instant picks it. Works the same way for the mining part later on. I'm gonna get hit by that. No, I didn't. Okay, that's just deciding not to work. There we go. Kind of stopped even bothering to try to do it on the mining part, though, since bringing a dragon pickaxe and realizing it just mines quickly anyway. Seems like a waste of effort. I probably should have waited. Let's see if I get gassed. No, we're good. So now I need to mine 48 of these. How's it going, water? Was it your grandfather or uncle or something? You said you had an older family member that was going to start playing this? Or that was thinking of moving to it? 7 mil is like the equivalent of somebody running like Master Mode 7 floors. With a dedicated team. To put it in Skyblock terms. So, I would say probably like an approachable someone could probably manage to do it with consistency, sort of a money per hour in this game would be like 1 to 2 mil. Once you've got like a maxed out account, probably 3.5 mil is reasonable at bosses like something like Vorkath, or maybe up to 4 mil. If you're doing group content like raids, then it gets a little bit sketchy because you're counting on a drop that's worth billions of coins, and you're counting it as like a couple mil per hour, so you're averaging that over tens and tens and tens of hours. But this particular boss has drops that are not exceedingly rare. Like, they're kind of annoying to hit the drop table for. I'm just going to wait for the gas. But I'll kind of explain that as I get into the fight a little bit. So 7 mil an hour is, yeah, it's quite a lot. To put that into perspective, a bond, that's 14 days of paid membership, is right now about 15 mil. Oof, an 8. I think we're going for a second BGS spec. And a 0, fantastic. So that special attack lowers the defense by the damage that it hits and can roll up to a upper 50s, maybe 60s with my stats, I'm not totally sure. So that was just really bad. Is the drop... Oh man, any boss in this game, type in OSRS, wiki, the boss name, and all of the drop rates are exactly shown there. There's like crowd statistics that are like tens of thousands of drops are sort of crowdsourced through the Runelight client that basically every single person uses. And that sort of tells us some things that Jagex wasn't necessarily clear about initially, but Jagex usually is willing to confirm things over Twitter. So we pretty much know all the drop rates and everything like that. You don't have to use those types of things if you don't want to, but I mean, it's there if you want it. Like, in the case of Duke, it has a really strange drop mechanic, and all the 4 Desert Treasure 2 bosses do. There's a quest in the game, Desert Treasure. It's part 2 of the very long quests, so they actually split them into 2. But this is one of the 4 bosses from that quest chain, and each of the bosses drop an upgraded variant of, like a way to upgrade, I should say. It's not the variant itself, it's actually just items to upgrade it. The 4 pretty much best rings in the game. One of them has like an attack power bonus, one of them has like an accuracy, I should say. One of them has like a damage bonus that's for melee. One of them is more of an accuracy and damage bonus for range, and the other one's for magic. This asshole here drops the magic one, which isn't that expensive, but this boss is just kind of fun and kind of brain dead enough where I can have a nice conversation with the chat like this. And the other reason is, so I think the way it works with this one, it's about a 1 in 240 or 250, I'm not exactly sure off the top of my head, chance to hit the ring drop table. But they coded it in a goofy-ass way where the first 2 times that you hit the ring drop table, it doesn't really count. Ha ha ha, you gotta hit it a 3rd time, and the 3rd time that you hit it, you get the ring, and then 2 more times and a 3rd one to hit it, like, the next time. So instead of giving us a 1 in 1,000 chance for this, it's like a 1 in 333, but you've got to hit it 3 times, which... whatever, I guess. I guess that's technically more in my favor in terms of just making it, like, you know, drop protection, averages, all that kind of thing, but it is a weird goddamn mechanic. People didn't really love not knowing how close or far they were from the rings as well, so when they recently updated this boss, they made it so that the next time you kill it, it drops gold rings to indicate how many times you've hit that ring drop table, so that you're no longer left completely guessing. Remember when do you get a ring anyways? No, so you have to hit the ring drop table 3 times to get the ring ones. Now, because until recently no one knew whether they had hit that table or not, basically, with confidence, there were ways that you could kind of tell, to do with like how much supply stuff dropped and other nonsense, I guess. I'm not really sure how that worked, but supposedly there were ways to tell if you were paying attention during the fight, but they just made it so retroactively the next time you killed these bosses, they would drop a gold ring per time that you would hit that table to signify. So the reason I'm bringing that up is I actually got 2 gold rings the first time I killed the Duke, so the next time I hit that drop, I'm gonna get the Magus Ring. And I'm gonna immediately sell the Magus Ring, because I don't have a particular need for a 37 mil ring that boosts a attack style that I almost never use. Mage is in a bit of a weird place in this game. It's useful, it's not bad or anything like that, it's just... The upper mage stuff is so goddamn overpowered that it feels bad to use anything else. But the upper mage stuff requires everything to scale it up, so like... each armor piece, for example, gives you a % bonus to your magic damage. But the expensive ones are 3% per piece. And they obviously are going to scale harder on a weapon that hits harder, which the staff that comes from Tombs of Amascut, which I was doing last stream that you were here, hits quite goddamn hard per hit. So it just turns into like a money fight for mage that I just don't really want to do. Range and melee feel like they perform sort of like in a... What's a better way to put this? They just sort of like scale more appropriately all the way up. They don't just have like an abrupt, okay, you got the last weapon, now you're like 10 times as powerful. You know what I mean? Then again, I guess there is the T-bow and the scythe, but like, I don't know. I don't feel like the T-bow is that much better than using a Bofa. And the scythe here isn't that much better than using Emberlight now that Arclight's got an upgrade path. So... With Mage, though, it's like... I don't know. Just feels like I'm throwing money at something cosmetic anytime that I try and upgrade my Mage gear. Maybe if the Sang Staff was like a +4 hit over the Trident, then it would be a little bit different, but having it only be a +1 is kind of eh, given that it's sort of the final item before the Shadow. But then again, rebalancing Mage has been something they've been trying to do for long enough that I don't even feel comfortable weighing in on it, all things considered. There's too much math. If you thought Hypixel had a lot of math, man, this game puts it to shame. .1, 2.5, come on man, just land me one hit here. Is that enough? That's enough. Well, we gotta get some more supplies. And honestly, I might actually have to resupply after that. We might be just going for a 4-kill trip, that was a bit rough. Anyway, sorry, reading the chat here again. Are spells in OSRS item specific or connected to your player? Yes, to both, sort of. It's complicated. It depends on what spells you're talking about. There are tablets that you can use, spell tabs. You can see one of them on the bottom of my inventory, the very bottom row, the blue icon, is a physical item that when I break it, I have 289 of them in my inventory right now, but when I break that item, it will cast the spell from the standard spellbook, Teleport to House. So there are teleport tabs for pretty much every spellbook, I think. There might not be, I'm almost 100% sure there are though. There's a couple other tabs though that are specific, like for example, you can get a tab for bones to peaches. So if you were fighting enemies and you looted all the bones off the ground and then broke one of the bones to peaches tabs, all the bones in your inventory turned into peaches, and then you can eat them and heal and potentially extend a trip longer on whatever content it is that you're doing. Now, generally speaking, that doesn't apply to attack spells and like combat type of things. There might be a couple that have items that are relative to them. I'm not really sure. And there are also staffs that are charged staffs that you either, like, it's again, it's complicated. There are several spell books. There are staffs that just boost a % damage towards a certain type of spells, like ancient spells or standard spells or something like that. They also added in like an elemental thing with fire, earth, and air and you know, avatar shit. Let's see. What else is there? Like the Tumican Shadow, for example, the staff I was talking about is a charged staff, so you put runes in it, and then it has that many casts until it runs out, basically. Then you just refill it as needed, or you can take runes out as needed. Let's see, there's also the Tome of Fire, as long as it has a page inside of it, then you don't use fire runes to cast spells. Generally, you do need runes to cast spells. You can see the bottom left corner of my inventory is a bag that's called the Divine Rune Pouch. In my case, it's upgraded to the 4 slot, but usually your rune pouch starts with 3 slots. And this has Cosmic Runes, Blood Runes, and Fire Runes in it. This is one of the spell books. In this case, these are the only ones that I'm using right now is Summon Thrall. I'm just going to drop this back here so I don't have an incident. I'm actually just going to wait for one more poison to go through so I don't end up running into a cloud of it when I run up here. Yep, that's what I thought. Bastards. Anyway, I'm going to cast Summon Thrall at the start of this fight. And what that's going to do is bring up a little summon that will attack whatever I've attacked recently, and just kind of keep doing that. So that little skeleton friend of mine there is my Thrall. But there's other stuff, like the spell book that I'm on right now has other really good utility stuff that's majoritively aimed at being... Oh, that was not what I wanted to do. At helping in you killing demons. Like it has like Demon's Bane spells and stuff like that. It has some more utility spells, like Death Charge is an interesting one. If you cast it, then the next time that you kill an enemy, you regain a little bit of the special attack energy, so you can use another spec sooner. No, thanks, Elijah. Oh, uh-oh. Almost didn't see that in time. So, I mean, it's a pretty complicated game if you want it to be. Or if you don't want it to be, it can just be like click and wait for numbers to pop up. I think that's what appeals to a lot of people about RuneScape, is that it just has a lot of versatility in how you can play it, and there isn't really anything that you can do that's not, in some capacity, rewarding towards your player's overall stats. Like, if you just want AFK skills like fishing, or mining, or crafting, or woodcutting, or something like that, each of those is going to be useful in terms of, like, quest requirements, and, oh hey, we got a supply drop. So I'm going to pretty much eat the entire supply drop. Wake up the Duke. We got 30% spec energy, so I've got enough for a claw spec as long as I'm quick. That was almost bad for me. But yeah, as you can kind of expect, water, as with most games, PVM is the most profitable thing that you can do in this game. And if you really want to see what theoretical money-making per hour things there are for the game, then you can actually just type in OSRS wiki money-making, and there's an entire chart that you can sort by whether you want it to be like a recurring thing that you just kind of go and do every, like, whenever you feel like it, or if it's like a thing that's like skilling related, if it's combat related. You can sort it to free-to-play or pay-to-play. You can sort it by level of, like, intensity for your activity. If you want like a more chill semi-AFK thing, you can go for like low activity stuff. If you want something that's like really high APM, you can go for high activity stuff, etc. Yeah, so no, there's none of that. I mean, well, some of it can be a money sink. So there are pieces of content that have just really goddamn rare drops, and you lose money unless you get the rare drops. Nex is a really good example of that. It's a boss that drops the best in slot melee armor, and a really cool bow. Upgrade, actually, for a bow. But it's not really a boss that a lot of people enjoy. Ooh, we got some diamonds. And because of that, the items that come from there are still really high in value, but it's just... I don't know. Nex just kind of sucks. The issue is that you basically lose money, as I say, until you... oh, oops. Unless you happen to get a piece of that armor, but if you get a piece of that armor, it's like... at the last I checked, it was 200 to 300 million coins for a piece of it, for Torva. It very likely has gone down because of Oathplate coming into the game with a fairly recent boss called Yama. And Yama is... So the armor that I've got on right now is melee armor. The chest and leg slot there comes from a boss that I can never say the goddamn name of correctly, so I just call General Garage Door. I think it's General Grar Door, but, I mean, come on. Anyway, he's the big high war god of the goblins, and, so, yeah, he sort of makes sense to be like a pretty high strength kind of an individual, right? Yama is basically Satan, from what I can see. It's basically literally the devil. He's a giant infernal demon. He's red, he's got horns. You can just be like, oh no, maybe he's Hellboy or something instead, but it kind of makes sense that it has higher stats than what I'm wearing right now, but it is a little bit frustrating. Because I was just kind of thinking, you know, if I save for Torva, I could just get Bis melee and then just not worry about the other purples, because I imagine eventually that T-Bow's going to go down. I could just save for a scythe and just kind of not worry about the shadow. Just stay with melee mostly, but unfortunately that fight is much easier done in mage gear, so oh, I'm going to regret this. Let's try for one more. I'm almost assuredly going to have to teleport out mid-fight. Oh good, and the BGS spec just missed. And we're not even potted up. Okay, I'll use a normal potion so I don't lose 10 HP. So there's two different types of stat potion in this game. A while ago, a couple of years ago, they released an update that, what the hell are they called? Crystal shards into the game, so you can make divine potions, like the one in the top row left side of my inventory. That has those sparkles around it. The problem with that potion is that it takes 10 of my health as soon as I use it, but the benefit of it is it lasts for 5 minutes, and it gives me the maximum effect of that potion for the entire duration of it. Whereas the one that I've used, my stats are going to drop by 1 per minute until they go back to what they were before I used the potion. So in 5 minutes, it'll only have buffed me about half as much as what it normally would. I think it's about plus 12 to be fair, but I'm not looking too good on health here. I'm thinking we're probably going to have to teleport out. But I'll go for a thrall here and go for a running smack to make sure that it's on him. And I'll do my best, but this isn't going so well here. 25. As long as I don't mess anything up, I don't think we can take more than like 6 or 7 damage, but not even going to try for the sneak attack on the mage phase. If I could get a good hit here, we could one-shot him, but same situation for me, and it's now doing 1 tick faster attacks, or 2 tick faster attacks or something. Can't remember exactly what this phase does, and I'm just missing and missing and missing. I'm gonna be so disappointed if I can't get this kill. I don't even care what it drops, I just want the kill at this point. I kinda care what it drops. Ooh. Okay, I mean it was an almost 2-minute long kill, but it was worth 500k. I mean, damn. Those have really gone down. It was like 800k the last time that I was fighting a desert treasure boss. But yeah, Water, there's also, if you're curious about like sort of like a price wiki, then there's multiple different sites. Some of them are I guess paywalled, some of them are not. But if you just Google OSRS price wiki, then there's a page that all of the information on the actual OSRS wiki about prices and about money and about, you know, that type of stuff, pulls its information from there, from what I understand. So it's as accurate as anything on the wiki would be, basically. And I'm good to go again. Do I have this right? Is the Gorok dungeon, like, I can't remember. Okay, apparently I've never unlocked the Scar, that makes sense. And then that one is, what is the Undercity? Okay, I haven't unlocked that one either, and the Ancient Vault is right beside... Oh. No, it's not. Okay, so Gorok Dungeon is what I want for this. Just wanted to make sure there wasn't some sort of teleport closer to Duke that they'd added in that I just hadn't realized. Maybe we'll do some Muspa this week. Anyway, so far I can't imagine that this has been in the range of too much per hour, but at the same time, we could get the Magus... Is the Magus Vestment? Whatever the hell it is to make the Magus Ring. Anytime now. So we got to do prep phase again. We'll go ahead and drop a whole bunch of sea turtles. Looks like a BP oil spill in here. And try not to get trampled by any of this BS, and we're good. Oops. I don't know if taking damage during the prep phase actually prevents it from being a perfect kill anymore, but I'd rather not find out. They used to, so it probably still does. I don't see why they would have removed that mechanic. And just remember, if it seems kind of annoying that I've got to do this prep phase, you used to have to do this after every single kill. Mind you, you don't only have to pick 2 mushrooms each time, but still, it's a bit much. The only other quality of life thing that I kind of wish they would do is to just let me put all of my ingredients in here, and then even just let me put them all in at once, and then let me pull a potion out with 1 click, and have that restart the yellow thing. Like, it just seems annoying as hell to have to do this. And you can run across to that one, but after testing it a little bit, it seems to just take as long to run over there as it does for this bar to fill, so you're just wasting stamina. It's a weird thought. I used to pre-pot a stamina for this boss because of all the running. Alright, we've got our 8 potions. We can grab all but one of our sea turtles. Hopefully not get blasted by steam. Okay, we're good. So I'm going to pre-pot that. Eat. Wake this asshole up. Crawl, spec, miss completely. Going for a second BGS. Nice, that's a 67, good god. Won't be missing any attacks this time. Never mind, we just missed. Ooh, 49. Should have gone for it. We're on a pretty good pace here. I think I'm averaging about 1.5 minutes per kill. And then there's prep phase every 4 kills, so call it about 30 kills per hour, maybe? And I think the average loot from this thing, just from, like, excluding its, Eye of the Duke loot and its, you know, the ring. I think it's about 150 or 140k per perfect kill, and most of these have been perfects. So that alone should be damn near 6 or 7 mil on its own. Thinking about it. And I'm only bringing in, I think I said about 100k worth of supplies. And it only ends up being about 2 trips per hour with all the damn supply drops that I seem to be getting, so... Yeah, this is actually a pretty solid boss. When you don't whiff your spec. Yeah, that's gonna spit. Might as well smack it on the way past, we got loads of time. Another consideration, I guess I could probably put a light bearer on while I'm doing the prep phase, but because the prep phase takes so long now, I'm just sort of remembering stuff that I used to do on this. I actually used to bring a light bearer to bring for the prep phase. But now that the prep phase takes so long, I can probably get to 100% spec prepping 8 potions, right? Like that's... oh shit. I've got to stop doing that when I'm late. I'm gonna have a heart attack doing that bloody magic attack. Anyway, prepping 8 potions should give me loads of time, so that's probably a waste of time unless I'm just gonna wear the light bearer for most of the fight. At that point, I would just sell the Belliter Ring. You know, maybe if I get a Magus Ring, that's what I'll do. I'll sell the Belliter Ring and the Magus Ring and use that money to buy a Noxious Halberd, even though they're probably going to plummet into the ground in terms of value soon. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think the Noxious Halberd's going to hold its price? Last I saw, it's somehow still climbing, but it's the highest price it's ever been. And I can't think of another item that's gone up like that, aside from things that have gotten changed, like the mall from Theater of Blood. I can't think of what it's... the Elder Mall. Hey, 195 XP drop on that one, decent. Starting with a decent sized burn on the Duke. At the end of the stream, we'll tally up how much money an hour I've actually made at this. Mind you, there's going to be some downtime and everything, but that's just it. If you can't make an advertised amount of GP per hour consistently without a little bit of downtime, then are you really able to do it? Like, if it takes me 3 hours to make 7 mil here, I'm not making 7 mil an hour. But we have had some good drops. I like that I've gotten an Awakener's Orb so far. But the 150 Mist Runes drop has got to go. Hitting that's just depressing. A build. So you say that, Water. There's actually a situation that happened in game similar to what you just joked. So there's an item in this game that only comes from master clues. And clues are a whole, like, scavenger hunt item. Sometime, like, this boss has a 1 in 30 of dropping one of the tiers of clues, for example. So, from master clues, there's an item that can drop called the Third Age Pickaxe. And the short version is the Third Age has to do with, like, the history of RuneScape and the lore in the game. So, like, Third Age stuff is like ancient relics and artifacts from the past. So, all of the Third Age items only come from clue rewards. The Third Age Pickaxe only comes from Master Clue rewards, and the last one that I'm aware of that traded was somewhere in the ballpark of like 20 billion coins. Like, a hilarious amount of money. Like, more than you could ever even hope to spend. You could buy max gear for you could buy every item above 50 mil in the game, probably a copy of every item in the game for that. Like, ridiculous amounts of money that you could have for that, or items that you could have for that. So somebody in, like, I don't even know when, like 6 years ago-ish, put in a grand exchange offer, and they put it in for the max cash stack for a Third Age pick. They left it in for literally half a decade, and it finally bought. Somebody actually sold a Third Age pickaxe for max cash to the Grand Exchange, and it filled their order because it was the oldest order. So they effectively did like a 17 or an 18 billion coin flip that took 1 minute of game time 5 years ago. So very close to what you said, actually. Just gonna combo eat and then wait through this attack. There we go. Well, the consideration there too is if you had a max cash stack, you could have been using that to flip for other items over the course of 5 years. So, did they make money? Of course they did, but still, consideration. I can come and get my other sea turtle. Oh, my pestle and mortar might as well come with me. No. That was weird. Tried to move that, I just decided not to. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this. Alright, we're back in business. Gotta wait to start the fight, because if you start the fight and this one's going off, it's a bit of a bad time. Nice. Whoops. Didn't stay on long enough. There we go. So we double BGS the first one. We have supplies for 4 fights. Well, to summon them 4 times anyways, but I don't know if I've actually got supplies for 4 fights. We're gonna have to find out here. So I decided that it was about 100k in supplies that I'm leaving the bank with. But it seems like I'm gonna end up coming back with about half of the Divine Potion. The Prey Potions I can probably... yeah, I should probably count those as well. So I'm coming back with about 30k worth of stuff, it looks like. Depending on how this goes. I'm not using any more of that Divine Pot, because with my luck I'm probably gonna end up getting a resupply on this kill. Might be using a little more prayer than I thought. I seem to be just waffling all of my hits here. Maybe instead of the BGS, I'll just start using the claws only. That was weird. Its second overhead attack was still traveling through the air long after it died. So yeah, this is pretty much the whole fight. I mean, unless I do the Awaken version, this doesn't particularly get more interesting. Or unless I run in front of that again. But to be honest, I was going to fight this one way or another, so... It's kind of nice to be able to do it with a sort of an implicit timer with the stream. Figure out how much I'm actually making. Then it's gonna spit. Probably twice, yep. Oh. Hey, I got the chromium ingot finally. Nice. I didn't really need that, but I mean it's technically a new drop. It doesn't really do anything for me, but new is new. Ooh, that was a huge hit with the claws. Why is it not burning? Wait, did I just Emberlight spec or... I'm so lost. Either I Emberlight spec'd or I BGS spec'd, but it does not seem to be on fire, so I guess I didn't claw spec like I thought I did. I'm totally lost on that one. I'm just going to use the Divine at this point. I should have enough for 2 more kills. Or this one plus 1 more anyway. If I end up losing this one by 10 HP, then, well, we'll call it a mistake. Alright, it's probably a bad idea, but I have technically got the supplies to summon it one more time, so... we'll go for the BGS spec. If it lands, maybe we'll be able to get through this with 86 prayer, I don't know. Let's find out. Ooh, it's a big one. At 20 seconds on the thrall, so I'm definitely going to summon a second one as soon as it's down. It'd be really nice to get some mage armor out of this. I feel like I've had good luck for Duke in the sense that I've gotten the eye a bunch of times now, but that doesn't really help me unless I go and fight the other 3 bosses. So maybe one day I'll go and fight the Whisperer, or... See, that's the other thing. The Whisperer, I'm pretty sure, is a lot easier with Max Mage. So I don't even know what gear you would use for the Whisperer with mine. Leviathan, I should pretty much be in just about max gear for, though. And I don't really want to even think about fighting Vardorvis, if I'm being completely honest. Oh shit. Okay, I thought I was going to get hit there. Got the double smack on the way past, nice. 11%. 3%, come on, give me something good. Uh-oh. There we go. Alright, 150 Chaos Runes. You gotta take what you can get, I guess. I think I actually need the chromium ingot to be able to make the ring, so... I mean... Hooray! It dropped a chromium ingot, you know? Probably should have reset my Duke drops. That would have been a smart thing to do. I didn't realize that I hadn't. Shit. I guess we're probably not going to be able to figure out exactly how much I'm making per hour, but whatever. Won't be the only stream that I fight this boss. I am just going to grab a glass of water, though. I got a bit of a dry throat right now, and that looks right. So we'll be back in just a second for a whole bunch more Duke Suck. If you got a better idea of how to say that name, I'm open to it, but that's... thanks, Jagex. I'm just going to use the bathroom real quick before we get into the next fight, but I just realized I have a screenshot of my loot when I only had 60 KC from this particular tracker, so we actually can figure out the money per hour. But we're also going to account for breaks, because I'm at 87, so that means that we've done 27 KC on stream so far in about an hour, so not too damn bad, considering I died during that. Alright. Let's get back to it. Looks like I have not beat my 41-second PB. For anyone curious, the last couple of KC we had a minute 26, minute 18, minute 20, 205. Not a really bad one, 226, 108. So I'm averaging a little under 2 minutes. And there is still a couple of gear upgrades that I could theoretically get, I guess. Like well, there are gear upgrades from where I am, let's put it that way. Whether I could get them or not is a bit of a different conversation. So the Inferno Cape would be a little bit better. Rada's Blessing 4, I'm like 1 Slayer level off, so that's not really a big deal. I guess Torva? Yeah, boots. I actually don't know if the new Infernal Treads are better than just using Infernal Boots. I think they're just all 3 boots jammed into one stats-wise. But I don't think they're actually better than the sum of their parts. Don't know. The sad thing is, even if I upgraded all of that stuff, if I took all of that gear and then sold it, I still wouldn't have enough to buy a scythe. Really is in that category of weapon where if I don't get it as a drop, I'm probably never going to be able to afford one. But I've already kind of rolled the dice on the Tombs of Amascut enough for trying to get really high value loot, so I'd kind of like to get my Magus Ring. just to prove a point. So by the time I'm at this one's already full. So unless I'm missing something, it's the same speed to just stand here. No, they could even have fixed this by just putting in 2 extra vats. Like, put one there so that I have to risk going through that bullshit to get to it even. But no, this is fine. Who am I kidding? I'm just happy that they let me do 4 trips instead of 1. It's got me doing the boss again, let's put it that way. Oh, no. And that's why we don't run directly into there. It was kind of a low hit, and that was a 0. Damn it. Why is my BGS failing me today? And here comes a spit. And the next spit should be right now. Nope. Oh god. Well, that's what I get for running early. I'll just double eat during the run. Oh, right, I see. It wasn't under the HP threshold to where that would have happened. Never mind. So, this boss has kind of annoying mechanics where as soon as it gets under a certain HP threshold, it starts using those different attacks. One attack early. So now it's going to use the magic attack after 2 or 3 instead. Okay. Could have been 2, I thought, but never mind. I don't know. I don't know what the hell's going on with this thing. Just run when it spits at you. Either way, this is the first non-perfect kill in the last, like, 15, so... away she goes. 100 Chaos Runes instead of 150 Chaos Runes. I'm just gonna put these in here just so I don't have to, carry them. How's it going, Boo? I've gotten all but the drop that I need, almost. Finally made it to a stream you have. Welcome to Emberlight versus Duke. Like, my max hit's like a 49 with this thing, so... That's when it actually... oh god. When it actually hits. You didn't see that. This has been a kind of scuffed run, so these things happen. In fairness, those 2 drops absolutely sucked, so I'm not really too worried about the fact that I didn't get perfect kills. Of all the times to roll bad drops, I'm really happy it was those 2. Not a whole lot to say about Duke, unfortunately. As long as I don't screw up anything in the fight, it's pretty straightforward. Like, as soon as you hear the jingle, you can attack there. It'll do 2 more slams and then a throwing attack. Unless we bring it to like 40% while we're on this side, then I think it actually forces it 1 early, but that almost never happens. Then it'll do 3 in a mage attack. Oh, 2 in a mage attack, okay. That was it going to be 2 or 3? 2 attacks and then a range attack, okay. We got enough for 1 more fight after this one. Please don't tell me that just hit me. It did. Okay, well, I guess we don't have that many more fights after this one. I saw it happening as soon as I clicked and was like, you know, I've gotten away with it like 6 times so far. Is this going to be the one? This is the one. Well, that's fine. This is why we have multiple rings of shadows. I mean, I haven't really fought this boss too much lately. Kinda shows. So yeah, whoops, there goes 500k. Let's see, that should be here. Let's reset. In fairness, that run absolutely sucked loot-wise. We got Chaos Runes into Rune Essence as our drops before I rudely stepped into the way of a one-shot attack. So it is what it is. Really short way back. Anyway, I finally got the chromium ingot. I actually don't know how this works. I think you need to get the chromium ingot as a drop to be able to get the ring drop, but I could be totally goddamn wrong about that. Either way, we've gotten 2 gold rings, so the Mage's Vestige should be the next time that we hit that drop table. Really looking forward to that 30-ish mil drop. Because I've been having pretty bad luck on everything else that I've been chasing lately. And to be honest, Duke included, like when you look at the 7 mil and 89 kills that I've gotten, almost all of it is from Dragon Plate Legs and Awakener's Orbs. I don't know. It'd be nice to finally get a really good rare drop here, like a 1 in 10,000, or the 1 in 1024 for... God damn it, I can never remember the name of that mage set. I actually owned it at one point and sold it before it dropped. The, Give me a sec. Please tell me it's not literally called the Mage's set, is it? No, it's just the ring. Alright, whatever. It's gone. Doesn't matter. Don't gas me. Okay. That was lucky. Virtus. Jesus Christ, thank you. That was driving me mad. Honestly, when I was making these potions, I was going to start Googling it between bruise. So thank you for that one, Bundy. I knew there was a U in it somewhere, I just... yeah. I couldn't justify keeping it, though. I kind of weighed the cost-benefit analysis between downgrading the Blood Bark, and I gotta tell you, Blood Bark looks a lot cooler. I still hit just as often when I'm using Mage and Toa, so eh. I will say I might have lost a max hit, but I'm not actually sure if I did. If I lost a max hit, then it would mean that I could theoretically buy that and then not have to pray Augury in the monkey room, but still. Anytime these want to go off. I could also just get the last 4 mage levels that I need as well, and that would fix the problem. Alright, we landed a big BGS there. I'm not even going to go for a second. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use, if I have at least 90% by then, 3 claw specs on the next one, just kind of see how that feels. Usually I do like to go for at least 1 BGS spec, but I did bring the claws for a reason. I kind of wanted to test them out, but I've been ignoring them a little bit too much. So he's going to throw. It's already at 43% after that giant BGS and getting pretty high rolls, so gonna be a nice quick one by the looks of it, or we're gonna hit 2 zeros in a row. That's cool too. Oh no. Okay. Perfect. Just, yep, no, that's fine. Totally confused about how I didn't take damage on at least one of those, but that's fine. Little panic clicking dance there. Minute and 21, not terrible. 50k on Rune Javelin heads. We're at 80%, so I'm going to go for 2. I kind of like the BGS better, if I'm being honest. What do you think, chat? BGS versus claws here. And I mean, I just finally hit 99 melee yesterday or today, I can't remember. So I'm, whoops, max melee stats. In reasonably mid to max melee gear. I do feel like the BGS helps more when it lands, though. Burning Claws don't seem to speed things up as much. But then again, I do have pretty decent accuracy without the BGS. I don't know, I feel really torn about it. Oh Jesus, yep. Fuck me, I just clicked one tile too far down. Maybe I should stop attacking on the mage phase? What do you think? Or I should just suck it up and get better at it? Oh well, it's only a 500k loss. It's more of an inconvenience than anything. Now I've got to put my inventory back how it was. Of all the spaghetti code they couldn't fix, Jagex, you really just couldn't... I didn't even put my defender on for some reason. I'm glad that it put a lot of my gear on, don't get me wrong. I'm sure there was a time where this didn't do any of that, but... Man, I really feel like they could have done a little bit more with trying to get your inventory back how it was when you died. Ah well. I'm gonna go ahead and bank the extra ring in case I do that stupid thing twice in a row and end up dying twice in a row. I do have a third ring for such an occasion, but I have, it would be shameful to have to put runes into it, let's put it that way. Let's see, we don't need this. Don't need semi-prey pots. Grab one extra prey pot, one of these. Yeah, it looks about right. Gotta love a boss that can practically always one-shot you. It is a massive dick move on Jagex's part, all things considered, to have a boss that does chip damage that basically always keeps me under 85 HP. But then does an attack where if I misclick it, I'm taking 85. Like, I get it, it's my fault for misplaying it, but it's still a dick move. There's not really any way around that. Shit. Okay, I thought that was gonna get me. Never mind. Alright. Back to this nonsense. And with my luck, if I just run right now, I'm gonna get gassed. Yep, probably would have got hit. And again, the auto-pathing might have been fast enough, hard to say. You know what this actually reminds me of? There's a mini game in this game that again, one of those things that escapes my memory what it's actually called right now, involving brewing that you can use to make chef's delights and that type of thing. I'm sure it's in mini games here somewhere. Okay, maybe not. Oh, Trouble Brewing. Durr. Getting the stuff from Trouble Brewing is what this is reminding me of. Because I thought that it was going to be this great moneymaker to just... And this is like a couple of years ago now when bonds were like 7 mil. I thought it would be a great moneymaker to be able to just have a set it and forget it kind of a brewing thing. And I was making Chef's Delights and Greenman's Ales and stuff. And then I realized just how long it takes to get the stuff, and I never did it again. I was sure that was going to be a good one, but nope. Alright, starting out with a big BGS and a 268 XP drop. That'll do. Oops. Didn't stay in long enough to actually land the first attack. That's fine, we got a Thrall going. Yeah, I'll stop being quite as ballsy with the mage attack. Just take the shot when I can. I could probably land 2 claw specs right now and finish this up pretty quick, but it does feel like it'd be a bit of a waste. Nice. I'm not really sure if there's like some sort of hidden message with the drops when it comes to chain bodies and stuff, but I've gotten like bronze chain bodies, mithril chain bodies, now adamant chain bodies. Does that mean something? By like working my way up a loot ladder that internally that I don't understand? What the hell's going on? Sounds good, Water. Thanks for stopping by. As long as I stop dying, honestly, this should be pretty good money. You know, I think I've actually got a Blood Fury in my bank. I could probably go and grab it for this. If there was ever a boss that a Blood Fury was made for, man, Duke is it. Basically just offset all that chip damage. Or a lot of it anyways. And as much as it is kind of a waste of money over time, I've already made the necklace, I can't unmake it. Damn. Almost got him. That should do it. 4 damage off, that's rough. What do we got here? Uncut rubies. Should be able to go for 2 claw specs this time, it looks like. Oh, that's big. 61 damage total on that one. Yeah, you know what? I think I might be just going with claw specs at this point. Even if the BGS had landed, that's just fun to see. Then he burns for 3s. I mean, come on now. Okay, we're almost there. We're just gonna land like a couple more hits. That might do it? No? There we go. Ooh, I think that's... No, that's not new at all. Okay, that's hilarious. If anyone in the chat wants to check the drop rate on ice quartz, yeah. That is number 4 in 361 kills, and I have a feeling it's a 1 in 720. I could be wrong. Oh shit, I'm not out of the way of that. Uh-oh. Well, no longer a perfect kill. Anyway, the way this loot rolls, that I think basically just rolled against the purple table and failed, but it hits some of... It's a weird one, like it has a whole explanation on the wiki of how the loot rolls for this boss, and I don't know what they were smoking that day, but man, I can't follow this shit. I just know that I haven't got what I need, and I keep getting what I don't. Not gonna risk that. Oh, I see what's happened. My combat potion's down. I'm not using a divine potion for 15% of Duke at this point, though. Just wondering what was taking so long. Oh, hey, a supply drop. Nice. While I'm picking these, I just want to take a quick look. OSRS, ice quartz. So that ice quartz that I got is, okay, it's a 1 in 200. 206. And that's the fourth one that I've got in less than 400 kills. So I've gone... you know, I've never actually thought about this, but if you've gone the opposite of dry on something, do you say that you've gone wet on something? Like, if I know that people say they've been spooned, but to be spooned being the opposite of dry seems wrong. Anyway. Doesn't matter. Long story short, I've gotten double the amount of ice quartz that an average drop rate person would have gotten at this point. Ah, shit. Okay. Oh, managed to dodge that through a little panic click. That was good. I didn't actually pick all those, God. Okay. Didn't realize there was still 2 more to pick. I'm an idiot. That's fine. Nothing new. I mean, I'm going back for them. Well, I'm not even going to, because I'm not going to have enough stuff to... The bitch of it is, if I don't go back for them, I'm going to end up getting a supply drop over and over again, and then I'm going to wish that I had. But if I do go back for them, I'm only going to go for like another 1 kill at Duke here before I end up having to stop the trip, I bet. Oh, of course. Yeah, screw it. We'll go for 3 claws. Just gonna stand here and make sure we're not gonna get gassed. Nice. almost completely a miss on that one, and 150, nice. Oh, shit. I just did that without using a combat bot. Oh no. Well, that was a giant waste of spec. Ah well, these things happen. Ooh! Okay, I mean, it's the cheapest of the three, but that's actually really cool. Alright. We finally dropped a Virtus piece. That's, I mean... As I say, of the three of them, I really would have preferred to have dropped any of the other two, but that's a piece. I'll take it. How did I manage to... Okay. You know what? Whatever. Yeah, 7.2 mil. Alright, that makes it worth it. I'm sure that whatever I'm making per hour is now more than what the average is. It's a little bit disappointing though, because that could have been a Virtus chest plate at the exact same drop rate. I think those are like 50 right now. I might actually just keep that. That might just replace my Blood Bark helm. Maybe that's what I'll do, is just replace my mage gear with upgrades and just sell the downgrades as I go. I'll have to think about that. I have a feeling that that's not going to be enough to get me any kind of extra damage, but it is 2% instead of 1. So, maybe. 3.8. Oh, there we go, we got resupplied. I'm over 200 million XP, by the way, with basically no pets. The Vorkath pet, I kind of forced it around 4800 KC. I don't know if that even really counts, because, like, I was just going to stay there until I got it, and it just took months, so... But, that aside, I've got that and the Phoenix from Firemaking. But I'm damn near base 80s, base 90s, somewhere in that area. Just been completely unlucky on pets. And this thing is probably one of the ugliest pets in the game, so I'd be happy to get it. Might even use it. $49, nice. Okay, that was kind of poor timing on the thrall, but okay, we're getting resupplied twice. I told you if I didn't go and grab that other supply stuff, I would be mad at myself. Because look at all this food. We're going for another 4 kills after this at this rate. I guess I dropped that. We'll just pick it up after. I really can't complain about my drop rate at Duke anymore thinking about it because I'm way under drop rate on Virtus if I'm not mistaken. I think it's like a 1 in 1,000 for the for the pieces here. I'm maybe 400 KC. Yeah, it's too far up. Ah, I didn't get my pizza. Damn. Oh, might as well summon a thrall. Another max hit. Was almost early on that. That scared me a bit. Okay, not very good. Chaos runes. Ah well. It's only a waste of 1 prey point to drink that, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. This has been an interesting trip so far. This trip, we've got an Ice Quartz and a Virtus Mask. None of that's really what I was looking for, in fairness, but it's still interesting. $366 KC apparently. I'm really not sure what to do with that Virtus Mask. I guess I'm gonna sell it because I don't really need better mage gear. I don't think 1% is going to be another max hit, but I might play around with it a little bit and test that. If it's a max hit for Toa, then I'll hang on to it for 7 mil. That's basically nothing. Alright, we're 100%, so I am going to go for a BGS because I feel like it. And we goddamn missed, so I'm gonna go for 2, I guess. Oh my god. Okay, well, should have gone for 3 claws instead. Nice. Got the double. Okay, that took longer than I was expecting to. We got 41k in coal. Don't mind me while I eat 2 pizzas and I think crumb one are actually squid? Octopus? Yeah, let me go just crush 2 pizzas and an octopus is not an expression you're ever gonna hear me say. But 366 XP drop on that claw spec, goddamn. Then it's not burning? I think the 3rd hit has to hit to burn it, and I guess one maybe missed? I don't know. Doesn't matter. Still a big hit. Speaking of big hits, 13%, 8%, 6. There we go. That felt quick. 59 seconds. But that one burned it. I'll have to look what the actual spec does. No idea what just happened there, but missed both my attacks. But I'm not dead, so good enough. Got the double running attack down a little bit better now. I didn't realize that there was enough time to do that. It's kind of neat. So there's tons of time that you can make up an extra attack in this fight that I've been just sort of missing out on, so I might even be able to do better than a 41 second. If I get lucky enough on the hits. It's not going to be this fight, that's for damn sure, though. Rune Javelin heads, 50k. And we've pretty much run out of supplies, but I've got enough for one more kill. As long as I don't play this poorly. Okay, big claw spec to start with. Not even gonna mess with that. 2, 3, now it's gonna throw a gas attack at me. And then mage. And now it just kind of randomizes depending on its health. I have no prey pods. Well, roll the dice. I'll take my offensive prayers off and just kind of hope for the best, I guess. Might have been a mistake. At 9 prey points. This is getting a little dicey. Six. Might have to teleport out. Oh, no, we're good. All that for 90k. Ah, well. That was a solid trip. Considering we just got 2 extraordinarily rare drops. Although the ice quartz it had lots of already. I'm just going to immediately sell this. Let me double check the price wiki on that. Virtus Mask. Oh, weird. It was up at 8.8 to 8.5 mil and it's rising right now. If I can get like 7.7, 7.8 for it, then I'm fine with that. And based on how volatile it is right now, I think that's probably going to sell. I'm going to take a second to stretch my legs and hit the bathroom, but I'll I'll leave this up and see if that sells while we're taking just a real short break. Yeah, so I was eating pizza and forgot I'd muted myself. So, no idea when I muted myself, but I got the Virtus mask, so that's about another 7.5 mil, 7.25 mil, but during the same trip, I coughed and then muted myself. Right, so I probably had it backwards. Anyway, during the during the same trip, I got the ice quartz, for the 4th goddamn time. And the Virtus mask. So, yeah, this has been an interesting boss in terms of drops for me. I just keep getting everything that I don't really want that badly. I mean, it doesn't benefit me to get any more ice quartz. I only needed one of the damn things. But it's interesting to see 1 and 2... Oh, I'm dead. I thought he was doing the spit. I wasn't paying attention. It's interesting to see a 1 in 200 drop 4 times in under 400 kills. It's a bit odd, but, you know, I've seen weirder luck. There we go, finally. No, I'm well aware of how much time there is in the eye phase. It's just, I've died there a few times today already, so it's better not to risk it. Unless you're a little more sure than what I am, let's put it that way. Probably should have gone for a BGS this time. Claws are failing me this run. Yeah, I'm usually worrying about thralls and switching gear and stuff, so as long as I get one hit off there, I don't really care. I was one tick too late to get the second hit off while running because I was reading the chat. The other thing too is I've already gotten the Speed Chaser achievement for that 41-second PB, so I don't ever really have to worry about trying to get it as fast as possible ever again now. So I'm kind of happy about that. I just be leisurely, and as long as I'm getting the kills, it doesn't really matter. Oh, I missed the attack. Damn. I'm actually kind of shocked by how many attacks of mine miss. Like, of all the gear upgrades I could get, I think the only one that would actually increase my accuracy at all would be the, Infernal Cape. I'm not doing something, like, really stupid here, am I? Like, this is on slash... Yeah, okay. Yeah, no idea. Got enough for a BGS, so we'll go for a BGS this time. It's the other reason that I usually only go for one attack, because if I hit a BGS... There's no goddamn way I've got time for a BGS into a second BGS. Or a BGS into a Emberlight. Oh, that might have... Okay, no, we're a little bit off timing there, but it didn't hit me, so we're all good. So now I can just stand here, attack twice. Nice. So, Boom, what do you think of RuneScape as someone who's played it fairly, like, what's a word for it? You don't have nostalgia for it. Let's put it that way. You are not playing it with rose-tinted glasses. And you started playing it a little bit before the giant influx of players lately. I mean, it seems to have compelled you to keep playing it, so I guess you understand why people get addicted to it, but I'm just kind of curious, like, the good, the bad. What really stands out to you about it? I'm kind of shocked that a game with these graphics is doing this well in 2025, but I mean, people have been saying graphics aren't everything forever. Yeah, I kind of get that. Realistically, I'm coin grinding here in a sense, but at the same time, I kind of just am collection log grinding as well, while I'm kind of hoping to get pets. And I mean, the fact that this one's supposedly around 7 mil an hour doesn't hurt. And it's just kind of a boss I can tolerate. Even the deaths here don't really make me that mad. Loot's kind of crap so far. Mine, that Virtus was decent, but like that aside, the value of it's been a little bit low, I feel. Oh, I don't actually have any more potions. Oops. I feel like maybe I've just been unlucky on tertiary drops or whatever. We're at 106 kills at 16 mil. If we get Emerald in 40 hours of gameplay over the course of 2 days... yeah, that's fair. But I mean... I really don't want to suggest that you start over as an Iron Man, but maybe a Bronze Man would suit you a little bit better. Because, like, there are other reasons than money to fight Duke. If you were an Iron Man profile, for example, you could be fighting Duke to try and get the 3 pieces of that mage armor. You could be doing it to try and get the ring. The ice quartz is useful for having, I guess. The problem being, you're pretty much stuck with spending real money on the game if you're going to be an Iron Man, though. Trying to play an Iron Man through, like, free-to-play into, like, Bond mode, basically, is... I can't in all good conscience suggest it. Yeah, you either like the quests or you just hope that they're over. In my case, I've liked some of the quests. Some of the quest lines are interesting, some of the storylines have been fun, but for the most part I just want to have my quest cape and stop having them take it away from me. So, here's the catch-22 with quests, Boom. They take a long time, sure. But if they actually did what they were supposed to, then it would mean that all of the endgame content wouldn't be bought at all. Think about it like this, right? Vorkath. That shit takes like 200 quest points plus to be able to do Dragon Slayer 2. Heavily, heavily botted. So if they were able to do whatever it would take them to do to be able to get them out of the game before they do that kind of damage, then the quest would make sense, because it's like time gating the player practically through all this BS that you have to do. But in reality, that doesn't exactly happen, because, well, we know the state of this game. Bot-wise, anyway. Okay, we got a little BGS whack there. Never mind, it apparently wasn't a spec. It was literally a BGS whack, I didn't mean to do that. So we'll just do 3 claw specs in. And in all fairness, Duke is kind of a boring boss if you're just not into it. So I don't really blame you for giving up on it after like 30, but at the same time, Emberlight's good for Yama, it's good for Tormented Demons, it's good for this, it's good for tons of other shit. Anytime they've had any kind of a demon enemy, it's going to be probably best in slot for that. There we go. Just can't camp a boss? Well, that's the best part about RuneScape, you don't have to. A lot of other content you could do. Or even just other types of bosses, things like Temperos. Unfortunately, I do kind of agree that a lot of RuneScape does turn into that, but at the same time, as I kind of told you on Discord, Boom, you have to have a reason to do the content that you're doing. If you wanted to restart on an Iron Man profile and actually like spend money on the game so you didn't have to worry about grinding for bonds, and worked on it over a long period of time, it can be a pretty fulfilling thing, but it can also be just a ridiculously long grind. Like, I know people that have gotten, like, T-Bow, Shadow, Scythe, those types of items on Iron Man profiles that they've been playing on for years and years. And I don't have that kind of patience. Is that gonna finish it? 1 HP. It was 1 HP? Really? Alright. What are we at? 30%, so claw spec. Huge. It did 12% of its health in 1 claw spec. Goddamn. It's a shame that I didn't get a couple of good hits near the end there. That could have been a sub 1 minute. 102. Not bad. Oops. We're still on. We get enough for one claw spec, I guess. And it completely missed. Disappointing. I was kind of thinking to myself, what I might start doing is just not selling any items that I've got that are like the best in slot for that particular type. Excluding the Virtus Mask, because like that practically doesn't even matter for how cheap that stuff is right now. So like if I get the Magus Ring, maybe I should just keep it, because it'd be my best mage ring, for example. Or if I get like a duplicate of Virtus, then I'll sell it. But that just is going to double the amount of time that it's going to take to fight this boss, I think. Anyway, the reason I was thinking about doing that and not likely to actually do that is because the price of everything is just absolutely crashing. So I feel like I'd be better off just selling whatever I end up with. I'm hoping bonds don't end up skyrocketing up to like 20 mil though now that there's a whole bunch of new players. I could see it happening though. Not gonna risk that, I'll go for this. Wasn't worth it. There we go. That'll be the last kill this trip. And it's Chaos Runes. I mean, the Dragon Arrow tips are 500k, I guess that's not too bad. 250,000 in the Adamador. Surprisingly, uncut diamonds are 2,300 each. Could be worse. Oh, this sold. Nice. Alright, so we got 7.5 mil almost exactly off of the mask. So loot tab's looking a little healthier now at 15 mil. I'm just going to take a quick stretch of the legs. Maybe grab another glass of water. I'll be right back for a little more grinding. Maybe we'll get the Duke pet tonight. A little more Virtus. Or maybe we'll finally hit that ring. Back in a minute. Alright, let's do some more Duke. See you later, boom. Yeah, I've heard Silk Song's a good game, I never played Hollow Knight in the first place, so I just never really... I don't know, it just didn't really jump out at me. Looks like a solid game, but I don't really get the hype. I just kind of assumed it was one of those things where everyone just really likes the developer, and it was a better than average game, so it just got super hyped. Kind of like Terraria, Stardew Valley, that kind of thing. Not quite sure, though. Not my problem today, though. Today I've just gotta harvest a bunch of mushrooms and wake up a... What the hell even is the Duke, anyway? Weird amorphous blob of flesh, eyes, and mouths? Ah. I knew that was gonna get me. Disappointing. Alright, we got a solid BGS spec. A not completely terrible claw spec. And a decent little start. I have 49, not bad. Not bad at all. 19, 0. I really hate when I drop missed runs. Alright. That was the first one. It was bound to be just crap anyway. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna wait. It might be GS spec. We'll see how this goes. Maybe I'll just double BGS the next one. Because we're landing most of these hits anyway. 43. 27. 23. Missed. Ooh, 62 diamonds. Don't mind if I do. Wait, how do I have one potion right now? What the shit? How do I have a odd no- Oh, you piece of crap, boss. It probably consumed 3 of them while I was summoning it, didn't it? I forgot that it could do that. Okay. Guess that's a 3-kill trip. Before we have to get more supplies at least. I mean, I guess that sort of works out, but... So it sort of works out because my Divine Super Combat was about to run out, but at the same time it dropped a normal Super Combat with the supply drop, so... shit. Alright, let me get 48 of these. So, I kind of forgot that that was a problem with Duke. If you just completely spam click with the potions, then apparently you can use 3 of them. So, yeah, that's why that was only a 3-kill run there. Or maybe I screwed something up entirely. I really don't know at this point. I'd have to go back and watch through the stream. Either way, just weird to see. But we're just preparing for another 4 fights here. Maybe we'll get a second piece of Virtus today. Alright, what do I want to start with? I'm gonna go BGS, I think. Complete miss. Oh shit, I forgot to use the, whatever, it's on the ground. Forgot to pot up. Not even gonna risk it. Okay, now we just stay here and hit twice. Hit once on the end, and we get a free double. It was a lot nicer with Emberlight than it ever was with Fang, that's for sure. I don't know if I have time for this, but I'm gonna go for the double. Yeah, it worked. Well, that was not the right timing at all. Oh well, at least it only hit me in 18. Thankfully, I might be wrong about this, but I'm pretty sure that perfect kills don't actually influence the chance at getting the, like, actual good loot, the Virtus vestments and all that kind of stuff, or Magus vestments and Virtus armor and etc. I'm pretty sure that rolls independently. I'm pretty sure perfect kills just increase the tertiary loot value. But it is a big increase, so like, you should definitely do it if you can. I just screwed up and messed up the timing there and took an 18, so... Oh, okay, I forgot that it actually had magic attacks that it could use against me. That was interesting to see. I mean, I'd already kind of screwed up that kill, so I'm not too worried about it, but... What are we at? 30%? I just won't use spec this kill. And then for the last one, I'll use the BGS. Got the exact same drop, but I got more of them. Alright, that's fair. "27 seconds left on that prayer, come on. Nice. Massive BGS. Shit. Was one tick late. I really gotta stop getting greedy with those. Oh, that's dead. Yep. Fuck. I knew it as soon as I did it. I should have been paying more attention to how fast my attacks were. So, there's a plugin that I've seen some people use that actually counts which attack tick you're on. And it just, like, counts up to whatever the attack tick number your weapon uses. In this case, it'd be up to 4. And I've really kind of resisted using it because it really does feel like it would be very impactful to gameplay as far as plugins go. But at the same time, Jesus Christ. That would have saved me every single death this stream. I like that nothing that I moved stayed where I put it. This fucking game sometimes. Alright. Quick fix. We need one of these. 5 of these, 1 of these. I'm gonna grab 3 of these for emergencies in case I actually get a chance to use them, and the rest in turtles. Let's try that again without the death. I mean, I've got no excuse for that, really. I just off timing. Realistically, I just got greedy. I was trying to get one attack that I really didn't need to. And I clearly didn't have time to. Ah well. Let's go do the prep phase again. Oh, almost got hit. Was pretty sure I was getting hit for about a 15 there, but never mind. Alright, another 48 of these. The funny thing is, the more that I think about this, everything that I think, okay, how could they improve this, just involves doing this less. So the real improvement here is to just remove the entire prep phase of Duke and let me just fight Duke over and over again to my heart's content. To be honest, I think if I got what I wanted, that would be it. You summon it during the quest, and after the quest it just keeps coming back automatically on its own. It'd be fine with me. But anyway. Repot here, I'm gonna go with, yeah, we'll go with the BGS, why not? And that's why not, we missed. And when it did hit, it hit a 5, okay. I mean, damage, defense reduction's a defense reduction, I guess. Really? Yeah, I'm changing worlds after this. I'm getting some weird lag. Like I've been doing perfect, and now I'm getting this going on. I'm blaming the world. I'm doing it. I'm gonna be that asshole. And that was just because I hit a Chrome one at an inopportune moment that I didn't get those attack cycles off, but that's fine. There goes that guy. I'm gonna resummon. Since we're hitting just nothing right now. 32. 44, that's more like it. 48. 29. And 0. Well, at least it was just Rune Javelins. If that had been Dragon Plate Legs or something, it would have been a little annoying that I would have not gotten quite as high of a value of a drop, but really that was a difference of like 15k. That's nothing to lose sleep over. $40 into a 48 into a 49. Decent. And then we just start missing. Of course. Uh-oh. Shit. I shouldn't have gone for the whack. I realized it as soon as I clicked too. Oh well. Not the end of the world. And matter of fact, I'm just gonna eat and wait through that one. I'd rather not risk this. That is what I was trying to do for the double hit. Oh shit. Thought it was spitting. Don't you just hate that when the boss has 2 HP left and it starts kicking your ass? RuneScape. Anyway, got a minute and 7 seconds left in that. Combat potion. 2 more fights to go, so I am probably going to have to repot at some point. Giant claw spec. But no burn. Died to the same boss 3 times. The new Silk Song or whatever it was. Is that what the appeal of that is? Is that like a Souls-like difficulty kind of game or whatever? Like, I haven't played it, so I don't really get the appeal. Like, I don't know what it is. It just looked like a platformer bullet hell kind of thing. So, I mean, it kind of sounds like you had the appropriate experience, so... Oh, goddammit, BGS missed. It's always a sad time. Okay, so it's a little bit more like Castlevania then. Which I now realize is older than you, Boom, so, I don't know what to even compare it to. Poppy's Playtime? Shit. Okay, it seemed like that could have easily been bad timing. $300 air runes, you dick. 300 air runes and some bronze chained bodies. Why am I fighting this boss? The bosses I've fought are in no way hard, but you can only get 2 to 3. Oh, I see. So it's probably just difficult because you're likely trying to fight something that you didn't sufficiently grind for by the sounds of it. Or it just has mechanics that you haven't gotten used to. Oh. Okay, well. I don't know what to tell you then. I guess we're coming back to Duke. Can we stop moving the damned items? There we go. You can, but you're not at that point. Fair enough. I don't really know why I'm making 4 more boss starts at this point. When I'm looking at my inventory, this is all I've got. So unless we get, like, practically a back-to-back restock, this is a poor decision, but we'll see how far we can push it. And I couldn't help you there, Boom. I've felt the same way for a long time. I just kind of keep coming back to RuneScape. And it seems everyone else is doing the same exact thing lately, so... Okay, I'm gonna step over here for just a second. take a look at this. So we got about 2 minutes of that. Waiting for... Okay, cool. These aren't gonna be a problem. So we've got enough for one of those. One of those. And then here we go. Starting the fight, and it's already a quarter of the way down. Decent. Oh shit. That was really stupid of me. I've never actually done that before. Oh yeah, no, we're just gonna leave. I thought that was one attack cycle further in its attack cycle, and it was not. So I just ran directly into the slam and used up enough of my supplies that we would have been leaving anyway. Realistically, as I was saying, I don't know why I started that far into that trip, but it is what it is. We had to restock. So I do actually have an Amulet of Blood Fury, and I'm not sure how many charges it has, and I'm a little bit tempted to just... I mean, I basically never use this thing. It's got 9,400 charges. I'm just going to throw this on, see if it's a noticeable difference, or if it seems like it's just a total waste of money. The thing is, it's a sunk cost, right? Like, I've already made it. I can't unmake it, I can't get the money back out of it, so I might as well enjoy it for whatever I choose to use it for, right? And if there was ever an enemy that the Blood Fury would be good against to kind of mitigate chip damage, this is it. So I'm kind of okay with it. I'll see how I feel about it on a trip or two anyways. So I do tend to go through food faster than prayer, even though I am leaving my attack prayers on. You ever played Guild Wars, Boom? I at least got a few hours out of Guild Wars 2 before I realized that you had to pay real money to be able to use any of the mounts, and just kind of gave up on it. And I mean, fair, they gotta make their money somehow. But if you're looking for a good storyline game that's not awful, I gave it a couple of days. I don't know if this still works, but supposedly if you, like, you get a mount from, you know, just existing basically at the start of the game and just doing quests and stuff. Or maybe getting to a certain level, I'm not actually sure. But I think as long as you just, like, make a new character, accept it, and then mail that mount to your main character, you can technically just always have free mounts. But you have to do that, like, every 3 days or some sort of bullshit. What is happening right now? So it just seemed annoying. Like, if you're gonna have a system that people can circumvent anyway, just put in a free-to-play mount. At the same time, someone could just say, well, just spend money on the game. Give the devs money for the time that they've spent working. So, Catch-22, yeah, whatever. A lot of people are enjoying that game. I know that Final Fantasy is hemorrhaging players for some reason. It's the other giant MMO, I think, is it ESO? Is that still on top, or is it kind of trickled down? Honestly, out of what's out there, I'd probably find myself playing Guild Wars 2 if that really came down to it. Classic WoW is kind of on the, you know, it's decent list, but the community around that game put me off the game more than any MMO community has ever put me off a community. I just wanted to play the game like it was, you know, 2007 or so, and having fun derping my way through an MMO, but no, everyone's gotta farm my BIS from everything before anyone else gets a chance to, and, you know. How's it going, Davis? Yeah, no, the day that I tried to raid in in like one of the lower dungeons or whatever. I don't even know if it was raiding, but like doing a dungeon as a thief in that game, or a rogue or whatever. I had the ability to pick all of the locks that were locked, but for some reason the person that we were with just completely ignored me in chat. It's like, well, why are you leaving the party because we don't have a key? We don't need a key. I am the key. Yeah, I haven't really streamed in forever, so that kind of tracks. Yeah, something tells me this is not going to be a game that you're into, Squidward. But you never know. We got Boom playing it. Yeah, this is... So, I'll give you the very quick version of it. RuneScape, the game itself, came out in 1999, 2000, something like that. And there was a major graphical update from RuneScape, and like a game update from RuneScape Classic to what they called RuneScape 2 at the time. And it was like an immediate sequel in maybe 2001 or so. That kind of got continually updated, and that game is actually still live as RuneScape 3, or just RuneScape. But it became RuneScape 3 when there was another graphical overhaul of the engine, and they changed the way combat worked, and a whole bunch of stuff, like, massively changed to a point where it just was almost unrecognizable. So, this is basically RuneScape 2. In 2014, the devs realized that they had some files from 2007 that were on an old server somewhere that they could technically get working. And the main game was kind of hemorrhaging players because everyone had nostalgia and a lot of people were playing private servers of this sort of an era of the game. And the devs decided to put together this copy of the game after a lot of persuasion from the fans. And now it vastly overshadows the player base of like the main fully updated, like 20-plus-year-old fork of the game. But this has been running since 2014 from 2007 files, and they've been completely upgrading it separately from the main game since then. So, I mean, it's got custom quests and items and stuff that are specific to this version of the game that never made it to RuneScape 3, for example. And a lot of content in RuneScape 3 never made it here because people considered it to be broken power creep in a lot of cases. The strange thing is, I remember playing this game in probably about 2002, somewhere in that area. And the people that I was hanging out with at the time in school, we were playing it on like old CRT monitors in like, you know, in the off hours at school. And I remember distinctly a kid that I knew, that I won't name any names, but he was convinced that it was not RuneScape. Now, this is a time before, I think this might have been before Google. I don't know when the hell Google came out, but we might have still been asking Jeeves things at this time. I'm not entirely sure. But we didn't know what the hell a RuneScape was. So a lot of people thought the website was runescape.com. But this one kid in my class was convinced that it was RuneScape. What the hell's a RuneScape? I don't know. I'm pretty sure he was pretty much illiterate. But anyway. It was probably about a decade later that I realized that a RuneScape was like a Planescape or like a Soundscape or a Like, runes, magic, runes, Norse stuff, Vikings, whatever. Scape, like, plain existent thing, like Runescape, magical setting. Just sort of makes sense. Although I will admit I was one of the ones that thought it was Runescape. I'm basically not using any food now that I'm using this necklace, so this is a little bit ridiculous. I can't say that it's cost effective, but good God, is it ever easy? I think we'll go for a BGS spec. Okay, we landed a pretty high BGS. I'm not entirely sure how much Duke has for defenses, but hey, any reduction's a good reduction. I know it's not 0. Yeah, so this game has over 160 quests, some of which take up to 8, maybe 10 hours to actually complete. Like, some of them are very long quests. This particular fellow is Duke. I'm not going to try and say the second half of his name, because I'm not sure if I'd be able to say it without getting demonetized. Jokes aside, though, I have no idea what the lore behind the Duke here is. I know it has to do with the Desert Treasure 2 quest, and I just stepped out at the wrong time and got plapped for a 39 there. Whoops. It's got a lot of mouths, and occasionally an eye sticks out of that one. And I'm pretty sure that it's, like, stuck through the walls and is whatever the hell these things are up here part of it. So, make of that what you will. Yeah, we get a supply drop. So yeah, you'll see these things up here on the top start to open up in a couple of seconds. The game is well written. It's just, when you want to be done a quest and there's a whole bunch of dialogue in the way, it's kind of a pain in the ass. So, I'll admit, I've skipped a lot of it. But the parts that I have read are, I can't argue that RuneScape quests are well written. Yeah, let me get through this nonsense and I'll read what you said there. He was originally a lot smaller and weaker and became the guard for this dungeon, but then he was locked in because he started consuming people for power, and now you as the player need to slam to keep him at bay. That sounds about right. He got hungry, and then grew, and then got hungrier, and grew more, and then started shining red lights out of his eyes that were killing people, and yeah, that's a bit of a goddamn problem. If you ask me. It is a little bit strange to me that you keep him, or that you wake him up by picking mushrooms and mining salt from around the cave that he's in. Kind of wonder if they're somehow related to him, but again, I really should read the lore of the game. It's crazy to me that there's even, and I'm not entirely sure how many at this point, but there's even full novels, like RuneScape lore-related novels. I mean, I'm sure there's tons of them for other MMOs, like World of Warcraft has a few of them. Bloody EVE Online has a few of them. Alright, here we go. By the way, don't forget to hit the like button on the stream, whether you're watching it live or whether you're watching a rerun. I can't imagine why anyone else would want to watch this as a VOD, but People seem to, so, I mean, push buttons, make YouTube happy. Don't make me ask you again. Alright, we got 100%, we're going for the double spec. Okay, no we're not, we're going for a single spec because that was almost 400 combat XP from that. I hit 13% of his health in one hit. That should be fine. Why did I just hit a 47 as a... Oh, right, because that dropped my max hit by 2 using the... Okay, that makes sense. Forgot I had a Blood Fury on. It's like, why am I... What the hell? I just healed from 84 to 96 with that. Wow, okay. I mean, I know these aren't cheap, but I forgot just how good these actually are. Holy crap. And I mean, blood shards have come way down. There was a time those were like 30 mil. Like they're like 7 now? You get 10,000 attacks out of it? I mean, come on, that's good value. It's basically keeping up with the chip damage. Actually, it's more than. I'm at 99. Damn it. Okay, at least that hit. So I'm down to 66 HP. Oh shit. Okay, I'm down to 35 HP. Let's see how far up I can get from the Blood Fury. $41. Kinda screwed myself on this fight a little bit, but that's fine. $38. So yeah, I mean, I'm maintaining if nothing else. Okay, as long as I don't do that. Really have trouble getting back on time sometimes with bosses like this, once you make a mistake. There we go. Alright, it did drop some supplies here, so I'm just gonna go ahead and eat right back up. Got enough potions for 2 more fights here. That was close. Nice. 47. So it does take 2 off on my max hit to use this, and it's probably taken a little chunk out of my accuracy as well. But I gotta tell you, this thing is really nice. I forgot just how useful it is to have a Blood Fury. I mean, this thing just keeps dropping me pizza still, but what do you do? I'm gonna start this fight up, and then maybe BGS spec at some point midway through. Like here. Damn it, missed. Don't have time. Like I was still kind of attack locked. I don't think I would have had time to be able to safely attack during that mage phase. Oh, there's some more health back. Oh no. Okay. No, still good. Got a little panicked there. Yeah, I probably have enough food to go for one more, right? Another round of 4s. The Brave Potions are a bit of a problem, so if I don't get a supply drop on basically the first kill, probably gonna teleport out. So this is probably gonna be a waste of time when I look at it, but it is what it is. I got enough prayer for at least 1 kill, so we'll see how it happens here. Yeah, looking at this, we got tons of HP as far as food's concerned. But we are definitely going to run out of prayer. I could try not using piety, but I feel like that's the wrong choice. I feel like I would lose more time not using piety and trying to milk out an extra 1 kill in this trip than I would just going back to the bank and getting another set of prey potions. So, alright, let's do it. Nice. Actually landed the BGS this time. Fuck. Well, it won't be a perfect kill, but as long as I get there. I mean, I guess I could try to go for one more, but I can't see this happening. Yeah, it's just gonna be a waste of time with that much prey pot. Shit. Alright, well we're almost up to 400 KC here. If nothing else, I mean, we started at 60 and I'm at 129, so yeah, we're at... I didn't mean to do that, but we're at 69 KC this stream. And in case anyone's curious and just tuning in, we did actually drop a piece of Virtus. I'll make you figure it out as to which one it was, but I did get one, so it's better than nothing. What do we got? Super Combat, 5 of these guys, 3 of these, and I'm just gonna go have a piss real quick. And we'll get right back into fighting this thing. And you never know. Maybe we'll get a second piece of Virtus. Alright, when you gotta go, you gotta go. So let's get going back onto the Gorok dungeon. This might be my last trip, I'm not sure. Getting a couple collection log items out of the way at least here. I guess technically I have made some GP. A little less than I would have expected though. 129 KC is apparently less than a bond. Alright. We've got our potions. We got our sea turtles. BGS at the ready. Let's do it. Nice. 34. Into a 57. And I missed the attack. Oops. Like I didn't even try to perform it. Ooh, that might have been a personal best. 54 seconds. Not even close. Bronze chain buddy. Woohoo, I made 136 GP. What the hell? Why is that even on the drop table? Shit. Wasn't quite fast enough to dodge the poison damage. And it gave me supplies. Okay. I guess we BGS. And almost not worth it. Damn. BGS is not on today. That's fine. Of all the items in the entire game, I would say the BGS has made me the most money. Just in the amount of speed that it's increased for just overall bossing in general, so I can't be too mad when it misses. It happens. It's just so much nicer of a boss fight when you nail like 250s at the start. Not a very good drop. Alright, we gotta go for a supply run after this kill. Go and make another 4 starters. And I've used virtually no supplies aside from prayer, so if I'm gonna bring the Blood Fury, which I'm a little curious to see how fast I'm going through charges. Okay, it's only been about 300 charges so far. If I'm gonna bring that, I might just bring a shit ton more prey potions. I wonder if a prayer restore would be worth it here. Like start using them like right at the very start of the fight. Probably not. But maybe. I think there's something like 66 prayer per sip, but they take like 12 minutes to get through. So it probably wouldn't really be worth it. Because at an average of about a minute and a half a fight, and 4 fights every time that we, yeah, no, it wouldn't really be useful. Never mind. Oh, I might be dead. Okay, that was miraculous. Well, we've got to get more stuff. Oops. I just can't be arsed to do the tick manipulation stuff with this. Not all of it, anyways. Alright, now we need 48 of these. Whoa. What the fuck? I just filled it on the same tick that it... I'm really hoping that I didn't just throw away some of my supplies. I'm just not even going to look at my inventory. I'm just going to assume that I'm going to end up with 8 potions at the end of this. I've never had that happen, but I clicked on this, I ran away and clicked back on it and somehow caused the yellow bar to start filling while this was full for maybe about 1 game tick. Okay, no, we're all good. It didn't randomly consume some of my supplies like I really thought it was going to. Oops. Okay, we have no use for bronze chain bodies, let's be perfectly honest here. And no, we're all set. Gonna run up here onto the right and hopefully not get gassed on the way. Drop a sea turtle, wait for this BS, get ready to... Actually, I don't even need to because I can pray pot. Get ready for this. And nice, we hit a 4 with the BGS, that's exactly what I like to see. 35, that's better. 39 DP, 39 total defense reduced. Might help a little bit. We haven't missed an attack yet, so I can't say it's hurting me any. Just need 1 good hit. That might be it. Nope. Still had 2 HP, that would have been rough if I had stopped running there. For 150 mist runes, really? You're gonna be that kind of a boss today, are ya? Too easy. Another Awakener's Orb, nice. It's like half mil. Now let's see if we can land a BGS. Nope, of course we can't. Shit, that's gonna, yep, that was too early on my part. Knew it as soon as I saw it. As soon as I clicked it, I meant. Oh well. Can't have them all be perfect. It's not that big of a loss anyway, it's an average of like 20k. Really just depends on what it drops. I think the only thing that it really matters if it drops is Dragon Plate Legs. I don't think there's really much else that it's a staggering difference in value. Rune Javelins aren't gonna matter. An extra 30 of those? Yeah, whatever. Looks like we should have enough time to get enough spec energy for a BGS. My god, are we gonna land one really solid BGS today at all? Really rough to see back-to-back zeros with it, but it is what it is. Okay, I got the double running hit. I'm not gonna try my luck. I was going to, but I hesitated, and any time that I've hesitated and then decided to click, I've died, so... that was weird. Again, I think the server might be just kind of getting some lag now and then. Because it took a full game tick after I clicked for it to... whatever. As long as it doesn't kill me, I don't really care if the game's gonna have a hiccup here or there. And we probably actually have enough stuff where I could go for another trip. Really, it's hard to complain when you're able to do 4 kills per prep. I just try to remind myself of that anytime that I start catching myself bitching that oh, I took a hit here or there, I didn't get a perfect kill. Something happened that wasn't ideal. Yeah, you have to do this 25% as much as you used to. That's enough for any amount of shenanigans at this boss to just not faze me. Like, oh, the magic attack one-shot me for an 85. Don't give a shit. Don't have to do as much prep. Oh no. Okay, well. I think that means that the first fight isn't gonna be a perfect kill just, like, by default anyway, but I'm not sure if that's still the case. If I do the first fight perfectly and we only get, like, less loot than we're normally supposed to, then we'll know. Either way, food is not where my restriction's gonna be here. Having 5 doses of prey potions what worries me. Oof. Well, at least the claw spec landed. Anyway, I'll try and make sure I get this one a perfect kill. So it's actually been something I've been wondering about for a while, is did they change it when they changed Duke? Now that you don't have to prep phase every single fight, does screwing up in the prep phase count as not getting a perfect fight? Oh, interesting. I'm pretty sure that is supposed to be 90 if you do it perfect, so I'm going to call that as probably confirmed. I'll look it up later, though. Get 60 javelin heads for that. Oops. So since we didn't get a supply drop that time, if we don't get a supply drop this time, we're gonna run out of prayer during the next fight, probably. So it's basically gonna be supply drop or teleport out here. I got a little close. It felt like that took a long time, that kill. Minute 47. Oh, hey, we got a supply drop. Minute 47. I guess that's not too bad. Okay, so we eat a whole pizza. And then drink a whole one of those. Take the combat potion. Okay, we're all set. Yeah, we'll miss one attack phase for this, but that's fine. We did land a pretty big BGS. And with this much prayer, I might be able to do another fight after this one as well. As long as that didn't kill me. No, we're good. I really hate it when it drops mist runes. Alright, we got enough for a BGS. Let's go for it. Nice. 250 XP drop. And I just punched it. Shit. What did I do that for? Oh well, it was just some rubies. Anyway, that's about as much patience as I've got for the Duke today. That brings us to 141 KC on my tracker, but I had 60 to start with. So give me 1 second here to have a really quick look in Discord at something, because I know I thought I had a screenshot anyways of 60 KC. Huh. Well, shit. Looks like I didn't actually take one at 60, I took one at 12. Alright, either way, 141 KC at 17 million. I know that I got exactly 0 plate legs during this, so I can take that 2 million out of here anyway. So we probably got about 14 mil over a little less than 4 hours, so kind of horrible in terms of that. Even if we divided that by 3 hours, that'd be 4.66 mil. So if I had have gotten the Mage Ring today, then we definitely would have had a much better average. But it's kind of weird trying to figure out the average of something that you've got to hit a drop rate of 3 times. So because I've hit the drop on it twice, how do I calculate my money per hour on that? I have no idea. Either way, we got 4 Awakener's Orbs. Matter of fact, I might even just sell off the loot from this tab real quick. I think I actually need the chromium ingot to be able to make the ring for whenever I eventually get that. So I'll hang on to that. There's 2 mil in here that I'm just not seeing. Is it the coal? There was actually a lot of it. Javelin heads. And we got some runite ore. I'm not entirely sure if that was from here, but that seems to have gone into my wrong slot. Alright, I'll just dump this in here. So I think I had like pretty much nothing in coins before, so we made somewhere around 16 mil this stream, I think. So I think what would be kind of fun is just doing a Monday stream every once in a while where I just need bond money. And that's about what a bond costs, so I would call this one a success. It's a little bit low, but it's not that far off. Like, bonds are like they've crept up over 16 now, haven't they? No, 14.9. Okay, so we actually made more than a bond this stream. Or pretty close to anyways, depending on how that, oops, not repeat offer. Yeah, that was 7.5, so yeah, I must have really literally had nothing after I bought the Bellator ring. Anyway, last thing I wanted to double check was the price of the Noxious Halberd. Oh yeah, they're holding 63 mil, probably even higher than the last time I saw. So my actual plan was, if I had gotten the Magus Ring, I was thinking about maybe selling the Bellator ring, the Mage ring, and then trying it out with the Noxious Halberd, so that I could poison at least in the first few attacks, but didn't quite get that far. We did get some really weird drops, though. Anyway, I'm gonna take off, but if you're watching this as a VOD, then don't forget to like the stream. Maybe I'll see you next time when I'm live. I'll probably do a Monday stream, as I say, for these kind of money-making streams. Some sort of a boss or a raid or something. Or maybe I'll forget next week. We'll see. See you.